I have this one? That one was clearly submitted.
Did we receive this?
I don't see anything.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the house, he's talking about the,
Yeah, I don't even think we received this.
you didn't have that plan either? It was with, I'm looking at my conformed copy filing, and I believe it was with that.
I think the last plans we were given were actually hand-drawn.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Elevation.
Yeah, these ones, right?
Correct.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Brianna, do you have questions?
Oh, no, I was just saying that the last plans were just hand-drawn. We don't have any stamped architectural drawings.
Not stamped.
Well, then I apologize for that. The engineer had done a plan that I just handed somebody, and they did a subsequent plan that showed the spaces, because I wasn't satisfied, as you were not, without seeing the actual space. But I know it exists because I've seen it, and I know we paid for it, so. You can keep that one.
Okay.
So I'm going to have emailed to you both.
Sam, would you like to continue?
All right, any more questions? If not, you finished, Mr. Vitale?
Yes, if there are no more questions.
Anyone else here in favor of this petition? Anyone else here in favor of this petition? No. Those in favor, those opposed. Anyone here opposed to this petition?
My name's Joseph Scanlon. I'm a 31-year resident of Parkland Avenue. I live directly across the street. I'm the person across the street who has concerns. And a little history. As a member of the city council in the mid-'80s, we outlawed or amended the zoning ordinance to prohibit the building of houses in the rear of other house lots. That is the frontage requirement. That happened in the 80s for a variety of reasons. And over the years, living on Parkland Avenue, I'm fortunate because I have absolutely no neighbors behind me that breathe. It's a wall, and there's 80,000 people live there. It's called a cemetery. But where I am on the other side, we all have a lot of land, okay? I have 18,000 square feet. Some of the other houses along there have more land than I do. Some have less, but they're all large lots. And the area is zoned to family. It's R2. And I am adamantly opposed to waiving the frontage requirement on a main street. I mean, this was a problem that came forth in the city in the 80s. I thought it was addressed then, and now it's coming back. About 20 years ago, a similar proposal was offered at one of the homes a few doors down on the same side as this house. There was to build a house in the rear lot, or the rear of the property. And that was withdrawn or defeated by this board many, many years ago. But my concern is dominoes falling. Dominoes have fallen across the street with the condominium configuration where with this three homes with shared driveway, shared space, and with probably more of a planned unit development or a cluster zone, whatever the proper terminology is, than a condominium. But as a condominium, financially, I know it is. But anyways, I'd see the dominoes falling along Parkland Avenue. And I think, if one domino falls, another one's going to fall, another one's going to fall. And sooner or later, the character or the big lots of the neighborhood that, the reason I bought my house many years ago was there, is not going to be there. And as a former city official, I'd say it's probably bad public policy to start putting houses in the rear of other houses. I know it was done in the past. It was, my own grandmother lived in a rear lot, and I know that over the years, it was fine until ownership changed, and then it became a problem. So there are existing lots like this that can have problems, but I think in our wisdom years ago, we tried to solve this problem and rectify it, and for that reason, I'm opposed. I honestly can say that I'm not a direct, I wouldn't say, I want to be careful what I use here, because I am an abutter, but my property does not directly touch the Garcia's property. But I would feel for the neighbors on Short Road, the proximity of this house and to their property, and I think that is a need that will have to be addressed as well. And finally, I just want to say, I am very much, I understand the zoning, I understand there are large lots there, and I am very, very open-minded when it comes to people doing things with their property and accommodating and living within the zoning requirements. My concern, my primary concern here this evening is the frontage. And I firmly believe that houses need to be fronted on a public way. Otherwise, it's going to lead to complications, and it's also going to lead to neighborhood issues in the future. These things have a history of not working out, and as a former ward councilor, former councilor at large, I can attest to that. There's always been issues with these type of arrangements, and I'll leave it at that, but I have no animosity towards anyone here. I am strictly speaking on a matter of public policy and my desire to see Parkland Avenue stay as is with large lots. And, it's a bit, and I don't want to really get into the traffic. That's not an issue, because I chose my house on a main street. I have to live with that. I get good plowing, though. So that's the one advantage. But, it's just the way it is. It's something that has to be considered, that we have to preserve our neighborhoods. And I think, sure, we need more housing, but the zoning allows for more housing in that area. Just remember that. Everyone should remember that. The zoning, including my house, I live in a single-family home. It is zoned R2. I understand that. I live with that. I accept it. If someone next to me wants to do something and they meet the requirements, I cannot object to that. I bought my house knowing that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cameron. Anyone else here opposed to this petition? State your name, address, and your occupation.
Hi. My name's Dawn McGann, and I live behind where they want to build, okay? I'm going to start out with when they built that three-house development that's there, I had contacted, I'm not sure if it was the lawyer or the builder, and I inquired about what was going to happen with this big, huge barn that was there for years and years, and I wanted to make sure that we weren't going to get rats all over the place. Sure enough, we got the rats. They told us that it was all baited, it was all set. They all ended up in my backyard. That was from that section there, okay? Now, this is what, I have pictures of all these trees that were behind my house. It was beautiful. It turned into, this is my backyard now. I now have 3 huge condos that overlook my backyard. I have a daughter. I'm not happy about her being in the yard and these people all watching inside, okay? My concern with the rats are these sheds that were built almost right on top of my back fence. They're going to have to come down. They went up after they bought the property. They've been there since those rats came out. I don't know what's going to come out of there. Behind this and behind, we had to put up a fence to get some privacy of some sort in our yard. All of these are pictures of stuff that is behind the fences. Okay? These are behind the fence. This is stuff that has accumulated behind there. Okay? These are the sheds.
Excuse me, miss? I
Okay?
didn't hear your name when you said it.
Dawn McGann.
Dawn?
Yes, I'm on Short Road.
Say your occupation.
Okay, I'm right on Short Road.
Name, address, and occupation.
My address is 8 Short Road, and I am a secretary at Salem Hospital. Okay, now I've been up at my property for 28 years now. I basically grew up there. My grandfather built the little house that's on the corner of B Street and B Street Place. So for 60 years, I have been up in that area. Always wanted to live up there because it was so quaint, the trees, it was like being in the woods, okay? Now I got concerns about also, where's this boat gonna go? Is that gonna be over on the property that's gonna be, if it's gonna be 34 feet tall, then they're gonna have to grade that whole area. So that's gonna lift it up even 3 feet higher, and it's gonna completely overlook my whole yard. When they pull into their driveway at night, it illuminates my daughter's bedroom. I don't know where they're gonna park, but if they're parking even closer, it's gonna illuminate that. It also, the lights also go through our sun porch, and it lights up our living room, and we get up all the time to look to see if somebody's coming down the road, because it's it's short road. There's 4 houses. So I'm concerned about that, concerned about like any damage being done to our property, because they're gonna have to take down a whole bunch of trees they have there. They took out like 8 trees behind us at my, and they're gonna have to take out a few more. I'm basically gonna be looking at Parkland Avenue by the time they finish. It's way too high. And I don't know, you know, is it gonna stay owner occupied? Are they gonna build it, send it to somebody else? But I don't know where their boat's going. I don't know how the driveway's gonna go. It's gonna come right up to our backyard. And just the whole, we're gonna lose our entire, you know, it's just, the whole character is gonna be gone up there soon if we don't stop building up there. So,
Right.
okay, thank you for
Thank
listening
you.
to me.
Keep your pictures?
You can keep my pictures. Yes.
All right, thank you for your comments. Anyone else here opposed to this petition? Anyone else here opposed to this petition? Anyone else here opposed to this petition? He isn't here. Councilor Chakoudas. What is the wish of the board?
If this area wanted it to say ban additional back-to-back housing, could we discuss that? Is that something?
Sorry, I can't hear. What was the question?
It was mentioned that the area wanted to not have back-to-back housing.
It's the whole city, not just the area.
Well, I know, but that area, but certain areas, I think they vote on it, I think the community, is that something that we want to honor, or?
Mr. Woon, I think he has to make a motion so we can just vote on it.
I know, but I'm just asking, are we still asking questions, or just making a motion?
I think it's time to make the motion. Unless, yeah.
I mean,
I don't know who's supposed to answer that question. I'm not at liberty to answer that question. All I know is it's not permissible for the entire city. You can't just say, well, Diamond District can do it, but not the Highlands. You know, it's the entire city.
All right, someone gonna
No.
make a motion?
Are you guys here for?
So we weren't told that it was in room 302, so we've been there for 45 minutes.
For which,
We're here for 811
okay,
Lynn Way.
yeah, we're not there yet. We're still doing another case. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yep.
I motion to deny.
I'll second it.
What is the motion?
To deny.
And you second it?
Yeah.
Yeah, roll call.
Mr. Lopez Hernandez, to deny.
To the 9.
Mr. McCoy, to deny.
To deny.
Mr. Wooten, to deny.
To deny.
Mrs. Crowitz, deny?
Deny.
Mr. Callen, deny.
Denied. The petition has been denied. We'll have a 3-minute recess.
We'll try.
Hello?
Try.
The meeting is resumed. Next case, what is that, Harvest Street?
Yep, 23 Harvest.
23 Harvest Street. Mr. Wooden, could you read that?
Case number 10005, 23 Harvest Street, parcel number 106416006. Petitioner Desiree Figueroa to vary the provision of the City of Lynn Zone Ordinance to allow the construction of a 2-story accessory garage where a 2-story structure is not permitted. Garage constructed without a valid building permit.
Thank you. Anyone here representing this address?
I don't represent the individual, but Attorney Westburn's, who, trial in Newburyport, I think, asked me and I gave the clerk. Because I guess you might have had this on from before. But all I know is it's a garage.
They want to have it continue.
We're not waiting for the superintendent.
No,
Yeah.
he said you could start. He's in.
Yeah.
Member Dugan?
Present.
Member Magnolia?
Present.
Okay, so the first thing that we'd like to talk about is the dress code policy. So we have a student from Lynn Classical, Amanda Hughes, who's going to make a presentation on behalf of the students. So Amanda, the floor is yours. Yeah, all right. I've seen Amanda's presentation. It's wonderful. So you guys are going to be, we're in for a treat. And just, again, a little background on this. Amanda sent us all a very well-written email. I think everybody here got the email. And because of that, I visited Classical with Charlie Gallo and Mary, and we saw Amanda present, and tonight's the night for the committee, so we're very excited. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda, do you have another one? I'll put one at the superintendent's seat. Thank you.
And can I take one from Member Castellanos?
Okay, okay.
We're almost there, right? Almost there. Ready for your summer, Amanda?
teacher's contract, they don't even give it to me.
Pretty dang. So I guess I'll, while we wait, I was also able to attend the student council, is that at Classical that day, which was also really impressive. So kudos to Mrs. Dunn. And Mr. Curley is the director of that. So Mr. Curley, yeah, that was great.
There you go.
Mr. Spiliakis, okay. Oh, great, I can stop talking now. Amanda, all you. Awesome. All right.
My name is Amanda Hughes, and I'm a sophomore at Lynn Classical and the president of the class of 2025. And I'm here to speak to you all today about the dress code and why it must be changed.
I don't think she has a mic.
Maybe, remember, Gately, if you could maybe tilt that towards her. Or maybe Don can come in and help us.
I can't get it to move any.
Yeah.
It's for the cameras so that, yeah, they can hear you. So if you could just talk into the microphone and then go back to the computer, that would be helpful. Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
On the agenda for today for the dress code is a majority of students in Lynn Public Schools believe the dress code is in need of an update. Students are told that the dress code is in place so that their bodies are not distracting or unprofessional. Too often, students feel as if the dress code is designed to punish female identifying students for simply having bodies. Our bodies are not distractions. The areas of concern are crop tops and thin straps, and students of color in particular find it culturally offensive and short-sighted to eliminate head coverings such as do-rags and bonnets, which are cultural. And we believe that we can update the dress code and still come to school and be productive and engaged. Once again, we are not a distraction. This is a petition that was sent out by me during the school year to as many of my peers in Lynn Public Schools as I could reach, and 118 students signed saying they wanted to change. And this is what says on the website. I also collected student opinions, and one classical student said, "We should feel free to wear what we're comfortable in." And another student said, "As long as someone feels comfortable and happy with what they're wearing, they should be able to wear it." Crop tops are what is in style for our generation. We should be taught to embrace and love our bodies, not hide them. This is an example of something that should be allowed. Spaghetti straps should also be allowed. If a student is more comfortable wearing a spaghetti strap tank top because the school building is too hot, or even just because they feel confident, they should be allowed to do so. This is a picture of one of my classmates wearing a spaghetti strap and a crop top. If my classmate is comfortable wearing this, she should be allowed to. Humans wear shorts. I'm not saying students should be allowed to wear their underwear, but they also shouldn't be limited to wearing mid-thigh length shorts. Students feel uncomfortable and unstylish because they can't wear the short length they want. This is one of my classmates wearing short shorts that she feels comfortable in. This is a photo of one of my classmates wearing a bonnet. And she told me that banning do-rags and bonnets is discriminatory against black students. They also explained to me that banning them plays into harmful stereotypes and dismisses the cultural significance they have in the black community. We should be embracing diversity. To conclude my presentation, while looking at the dress code, it is important to keep in mind that we are children, and we are trying to figure out who we are in a world that doesn't want us to. Allow us to dress freely without being deemed unprofessional and distracting by adults. Do not shame us and the generations that follow for daring to have skin.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you, Amanda. Does anyone have any questions for Amanda? Okay. All right, great. Thank you very much, Amanda. So next on the agenda is Mr. Charlie Gallo, who's going to give us a little brief history of the dress code and where we're at and how we got here. So we may have to pause for technology again. We'll see.
Thank you. Good evening to the administration, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Chair, the members of the committee and the members of the subcommittee. For the record, Charlie Gallo, Lynn Public Schools Compliance Officer. And in order to anchor today's discussion, I offered to Subcommittee Chair Dugan just a brief overview of where we are in terms of the dress code and how we got here. Substantively, with respect to the Lynn Classical student and presentation, I'm here to be neutral, except I will say on a personal note, certainly want to applaud the endeavor and effort to bring this forward and to get civically involved. So, without further ado, process of adopting the Lynn Public Schools dress code. This is a brief presentation. I want to take us back to 2012. In 2012, the Lynn School Committee allowed students for the first time to wear shorts. The rule for that was that the shorts had to be knee length. Other than that, the policy that existed prior to 2012 stayed intact for quite some time. Fast forward to now, there was a new dress code approved by the policy subcommittee in 2021, and then ratified by the full committee later on that year in 2021, and it became effective in September 2021. So this is actually the first year that the current dress code is in effect. So I just want to understand what we're talking about. The way we got there is that in 2019 and 20, the district and the administration and the school committee was looking at things through an equity lens, including policies and including the dress code. The work that we did in 2020 included conversations and brainstorming with principals and district leaders, and also looking at dress codes near and far. We looked at Salem and Saugus nearby. We looked at Seattle and Roanoke, Virginia, not so nearby. We also did a poll of students, staff, and parents. This is the number of folks who participated in the poll, and what we found was that 45% of respondents, not most, but a sizable enough minority, said that the dress code contained provisions that were unfair, inequitable, or insensitive. And we accepted various suggestions. They were mostly around race, culture, sex and gender identity, sexual orientation, and socioeconomic status. This is the dress code that was in effect prior to this year. You will see at the start of it, provisions around being neat and being clean, provisions around hairstyles, specific prohibitions on do-rags, skull caps, bandanas, certain items that were specifically prohibited, and a real targeting, I would say, of traditionally female items in 2A, a requirement that shirts be tucked in, and again, shorts to the knee. Deputy Superintendent Ruggiero was a great partner on this, and certainly will defer to you if you, anything.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie and I went to Marshall Middle School, did a presentation to those students in a history class. And, you know, when this new policy, when we started looking at the policy and started looking at what was in the old policy, there were definitely components of this policy that were not appropriate. You know, the female-heavy items, the cultural items that were specifically targeting certain groups of students really needed to be looked at. The language in the policy really spoke to identifying certain groups and not being fairly neutral across the board. And so we really needed to, as a committee, look at the policy and change the language, which prompted us to do the research, look at other policies, see what else was out there. And we ended up with a policy that we felt really neutralized it. Certainly, there's always room for improvement. The girls, specifically in the groups that we spoke to, spoke a lot about feeling that it's still very heavy against females. And so, which is what prompted a lot of these discussions.
And so with that new draft policy, or that new policy that was reviewed last year by the school committee and adopted for this year, was reflective of much input and much feedback along the way. But the result is a policy that not anyone will agree with 100%, certainly. Like many policies, specifically the dress code, the art is compromise. This is the new dress code. I won't belabor the points, but it's radically different from the 2012 version. It starts with the positive. Here's what you should be wearing. It tries not to target on the basis of culture, race, gender, sex. And you have this in your school committee packet. So I have nothing further in this presentation, except if there are any questions, of course, happy to take those.
Yeah. Member Magnolia.
Hi, thank you for the presentation, Charlie, and thank you, Amanda. So out of curiosity, did you review all of the uniforms for every sport, and do they comply with this dress code? Because my guess is a lot of them do not.
So that's a great question. The 2012 dress code did not include a carve-out for uniforms for sports. This dress code, number 3, which is on the second page, provides for exceptions. And what those exceptions relate to are sports, gym class, and tech. So we have a carve-out for that.
So why is that okay, and in school it's not okay? I think that is a great answer.
No, I'm not here, so that's obviously it's the purview of the school committee
Yes,
to.
I know. I was trapping you. I understand. It's not a court of law. I wanted to see you shrug your shoulders because that would have given me the answer I wanted, which is if such attire is useful for the movement of bodies in motion, then perhaps it's also useful for other things. Yeah. So thank you.
And I'd like to add that when we were revising, when we started researching and looking at the old policy and what needed to change, Charlie and I had a number of conversations around even just style of dress that has changed over the years and what's acceptable and not, like the torn jeans, right? I mean, as a mom myself of children, mine are now adults, but when they were younger, you were limited to what was in the stores. And so here our policy was saying you could not wear ripped jeans. Well, when you went out shopping, that's all you could find.
This policy also specifically names a brand name, which is spandex, which means if you bought the Target version, I guess you'd be okay. Yeah, spandex is a specific patented, copyrighted fabric, just in case anyone is wondering. And we've prohibited a brand name in our...
I would also add that I don't know that there's a woman out there that doesn't wear yoga pants or some kind of
pretty much
running pants, right?
Pants. Sorry, there might be other questions.
No, that's okay.
From other schools.
Any other members? Questions or comments?
I just wanted to...
Yeah, Member Pena.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo and a young lady for the presentation. I admire the feedback, and I do admire we're identifying, the different cultures and the bonnet and stuff, and it's important to because we embrace all different cultures, and then religious purposes, people wear them and stuff. So, thank you.
So if I could, to Member Pena, the previous policy that existed included no exceptions on certain head coverings. The exceptions that exist now are religious and medical. And Vice Chair Capolo, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I saw your hand as well.
I didn't know you were going to respond to that. Yep.
Yeah, actually, Member Capola, absolutely.
Okay. Amanda, your personal statement is excellent. And you are absolutely right when you say that instead of, in place of telling all of female students and possibly some male students that that it's because it's distracting, we do need to. We do not have strong enough policy for mandatory sexual violence curriculum. We absolutely don't, and not enough people teaching it. We reviewed that, I think, last year or something, and we used Girls Inc., but the whole curriculum through Girls Inc. just talks about referring to girls getting the training. There's nothing in it that refers to the boys getting the training. I think there should be room for wiggle room. I mean, as you say, shots are, to me, not a problem, but some of it that you're asking for, could possibly be a problem. I mean, I think even most parents don't want their kids to go out the doors with thin straps on, tops and things like that. But I know you're probably looking to ask for everything, but I think that the committee should review it and look at some things that we could be lenient on in regards to it, because I've gone to other communities and they wear shorts and it doesn't seem to be affecting any of their education. So
yeah, agree. Okay. Anyone else?
So
Member Magnolia?
I would like to move some changes to the current student dress code. Are you ready? Item 1A. To remove the words shoulders and back. Item 1B. To remove the sentence, such clothing items must be mid-thigh length or longer, extended to the fingertips with arms by side. Number 2A, remove the phrase, or other head coverings of any kind. And remove 2D in its entirety.
I guess. Yes, Member Gately.
Oh,
So
we have to have a
Yeah, I
second
think we
before
need. Yeah, so I would like to second that motion, and then I guess we can
take
discuss
questions.
now.
Yeah.
Member Gately.
I just am like a little, head coverings of any kind, does that mean they can wear baseball hats and?
So the phrase, the item would now read, face coverings, hats, hoods, bandanas,
Yeah.
Unless worn as part of a sincerely held religious belief or for a medical purpose.
Okay,
That's how it would now read.
okay, and then, all right, thank you. Yep.
Okay, any other? Yes, Member Capola.
I know we're in a subcommittee, so I'm not sure if it was just going to go to the full committee or whatever, but.
Yeah, yeah.
It will.
I like the suggestions that you've offered, but I do still have a concern with 1A, shirt and other clothing, top. that to me, I think still needs to have shoulders and back on it. I think that, that's just my opinion, but all the rest of it, I think is fine.
Okay.
So it's just us voting?
Yeah, it's just us voting. All right.
So you can have it.
So roll call, yeah. It would just
Are you
be.
going to make a motion to refer it to the full committee?
Yes, so yeah, you thank you.
I'd like to
yes.
move it to the full committee.
Second.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Well, technically, I think we had to vote on the motion and then vote to move it to the full committee, so should we vote on that first? And then vote to move it to the full committee?
Yeah, so that was the motion. Okay, so now motion to move it to the full committee.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Okay, so so that wraps up that part. But I just wanted to thank Amanda again because that was great, and you can see your speech and your civic action. It may lead to some change. We'll see. We'll see what happens later tonight. But thank you very much, and thank you, Amanda's family, for coming. You guys should be very proud. She did a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the second part of the policy subcommittee tonight addresses the JEBA policy of Lynn Public Schools. And again, I present Mr. Gallo to kind of lead us through that.
Thank you very much. I would be remiss not to thank Josh Miller for the assist to that.
I did it.
Oh, sure. Thank you. All right. So, Lynn Public Schools Policy JEBA. For those watching, JEBA is not an abbreviation or an acronym. The policy manual is separated into sections A through L. J is the section that deals with most student matters, JEBA being one of the policies thereunder. By way of other example, the dress code happens to be JICA under Section J, so that's what JEBA is. I'm here tonight to propose some changes for your consideration to the existing policy JEBA. I'd like you to know that I have talked to Dorothy Presser, who's your consultant, who's working with you on the larger policy manual changes. Ms. Presser is in agreement. She couldn't be here tonight, but in agreement with this proposal. She's also in agreement that it should be taken out of line. And the reason for that is that the existing JEBA creates some problems when it comes to, new students registering through the Welcome Center. We're hoping to resolve those. In coming up with a new policy, I'd be remiss not to mention the superintendent and deputies for their work on it. The Welcome Center through Yvette Martinez and Carolyn Troy, the ELE department through Rania and Amanda, the co-supervisors of attendance, Ms. Freyer and Ms. Walsh, as well as some guidance counselors from Lynn English who brought these issues forward. So without further ado, the focus areas that I'm going to talk about are compliance with applicable law as to age of attendance, and then equity and other considerations as to admission. That distinction, attendance and admission, is an important one, as we will see in a moment. Current policy, JEBA, maximum age for school admission, not attendance, but admission. First problem is in line 1. It references not the law that's on this topic. It references the law that is about going to school in the city or town that you reside. So off the bat, there's a compliance issue. The second portion of it includes some non-discrimination language that's outdated. It does not include sex and gender identity and sexual orientation and all of those protected classes, so that needs to be updated with the times. The crux of the policy, though, is circled, and what it says is that the Lynn Public Schools Lynn School Committee requires that all persons admitted or readmitted to the Lynn Public Schools in a regular ed or voc ed program shall not be 20 years of age as of the date of admission. 20 years as of the date of admission. So we're talking about admission, not attendance, and the only criteria is one of age. Here's our compliance issue. This is the law. 76, Section 1, which should have been cited, the law does not talk about age of admission. It talks about age of attendance. So that's our compliance issue, is that we need to have a policy that relates to age of attendance. We certainly can talk about admission, age, but attendance is required, and we do not have that at the present time. Just to illustrate how it works in other places, Salem and Lowell. Salem is on top. At the end of each school year, the superintendent shall review each student older than 18 for approval or denial of attendance the following year. I'm not proposing that for you tonight, but I'm just showing you how one district complies with the law. Lowell has a little more fluid policy. They talk about students who are 21 and certain criterias, also the ability to complete their senior year. It includes special education criteria and considerations. This is more along the lines of what I'll be proposing to you tonight. That's all I have to say on the first portion. The first issue being compliance with applicable law as to attendance. Moving on, though, I want to talk about equity and other considerations as to admission. Reverting back again to the current policy JEBA, that circled language, all it talks about is age being the criteria for admission, and I would submit to you that there are some other criteria to consider. Should someone under 20 who has a U.S. high school diploma be admitted to the Lynn Public Schools? I would suggest not, and I would suggest that our policy should reflect that. Should someone who's under 20 but has a GED be admitted? Same issue. Finally, how do we handle educational attainment of students who are new here from outside the U.S.? Brockton, Holyoke, New Bedford, Worcester, all of these districts have worked with the Mass Association of School Committee with Dorothy Presser's group. They all have a denial of admission policy, and it includes graduation from 12th grade or equivalent secondary curriculum. So just the path I'm leading you to is not going to be unique to Lynn. That being said, here is the proposed new JEBA. It's comprised on 3 slides. The first slide is your existing policy with a couple of tweaks. Your existing policy says that the superintendent is to report to you every 6 months on how many persons who have attained the age of 20 were, admitted or not. And I've just added some 6 months or thereabouts. And additionally, the superintendent's report, as I understand it, is having to do with who was admitted and who was not so much what programs they were diverted to. So I'm just trying to do a couple of tweaks to the policy to reflect the actual practice. Finally, the superintendent, in considering these students, one of the things that he'll look at is whether the student's reasonably able to attain a diploma by the end of the year. So I'm adding that language in. So those are the tweaks to the current language. I'll pause there if there are any questions before I move on to the more substantive changes.
Does anyone have any questions? Member Castellanos.
Attorney Gallo, thank you so much for providing us with this this information, and just so I can clarify some information on the draft of new language for the superintendent piece. Is this something that we've been practicing? I don't know. I think if we do admit someone past, have we been able to?
Yes.
I know of a few before in the past, but I'm not sure if we've been. Are they coming in?
Yeah. So
not public forum, but they come in. What form of communication?
What I've done is woven that report out into my superintendent's report, and we're not talking large numbers of students, but when that happens, the current policy calls for me to do so twice a year. I've done so once around the midpoint of the year, but happy to provide another where we stand on that under separate cover to the school committee. But in previous years, I've consistently provided 2 times since that policy has come into place, an update on how many students are coming in and so forth.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I know that last upon approval by the superintendent, just to protect him. Like I'm not sure it's very important because if we have Dr. Tutwiler with that discretion, I just would like to make sure that he's covered in the language. Sorry.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
It used to be before the current policy, there was a requirement to bring that before the school committee, and I asked for the discretion to make the determination, but keep you updated on what was going on.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move along.
Yes, does anyone else have any questions for Attorney Gallo? No. All right.
So continuing on to the second portion, second of 3 slides on this, this is the denial of admission piece. Regardless of age, no person may be admitted or readmitted who has a diploma from the United States, who's earned a GED or similar alternative, or, and I want to put a pin in this one, completed a reasonably equivalent secondary curriculum inside or outside the United States. Such persons shall be denied admission to the Lynn Public Schools, but they can be diverted to an appropriate alternative program, which I'll get to. And additionally, because this is quite, I think, a serious thing to deny admission, I've created an appeal right here that if somebody is denied or diverted, that they would have the ability to appeal to the superintendent, just the same way that they do now if they, they come in and they're over 20 years of age. Then maximum attendance age. This is important. This is not admission age. This is attendance age. And I've set an age of 20 because that's the age that we've really been practicing. But I've also said that 20 is regular ed and 20 is not on your 20th birthday as an awful birthday present, but it's 20 you finish out that year. And then after finishing out that year, the superintendent reviews. And so there are all these checks and balances. So what I want to do is comply with the law, but I don't want to do something that's draconian that results in taking away a student's education without sort of regard for their rights and due process considerations. If a student is not admitted, the Welcome Center can help them to look at other options, and the options are a non-exhaustive list there. But I have 2 pins I just want to talk about briefly, and then happy to take any questions, and I'll take them in reverse. Here's who we're talking about. Last month, there were 178 students in the Lynn Public Schools aged 20 or older. However, 50 of them were special education students, which means they can continue on beyond 20. So we're down to 128. Of those 128, 85 were 12th grade students. So they presumably would have graduated this year, which brings us down to 43 that the superintendent would be looking at. Of those 43, 38 were in 11th grade. So one of his criteria is graduation this year or the following year. They're going to stay. What we're really talking about is 5 remaining students. So it's a low enough number, I think, that we comply with the law, but also we're not, unduly interrupting education. Just for information purposes, 2 of them are LEAP, 3 of them are non-LEAP, and these would be the students that the superintendent would be looking at as to whether they would continue or not, as the law requires. Secondly, my first pin was about reasonably equivalent secondary curriculum. What happens sometimes is somebody comes in with a document showing that they completed their education in another country. The Welcome Center is without a policy on how to deal with that. The school buildings don't all agree on how that should be dealt with. And so the advice here is that we should be looking not so much at the name of the document, but at reasonable equivalency of the curriculum. And there are guides, and I have to give credit to Amanda Campbell for providing some of these guides that allow us to evaluate foreign transcripts. Most countries have a similar education that we do in terms of attainment, but not all. My example is Sri Lanka, where education sort of ends after between age 11 and 15. And if you want to continue beyond that, even in public school, you need to be accepted in. You have to apply. So I would submit that an 11-year-old who has completed their education in Sri Lanka might be admitted. And if not, I would be concerned as compliance officer respectfully about the consequences of not doing so. So that's this proposed policy, and I've talked way too much, and I apologize for that, but happy to take any questions.
Don't apologize. That was very thorough. Thank you. Any questions from the committee for Attorney Gallo?
I have.
Yes, Member Coppola.
Attorney Gallo, when At one point, I guess we had to correct the age because we had something with the Department of Justice. Is anything that we were supposed to change because of that being changed?
It's a great question. That was about special education age, and so this policy applies only to regular ed.
I think we did have one with the Department of Justice in regards to unaccompanied minors that were coming in.
You're correct.
And there was an age.
Yes, and I've actually shared this with our contact at OCR, the Office of Federal Civil Rights, to ask if they have any objection to this. So I feel confident that we're okay, and,
We're
and
okay.
I don't feel confident in our current policy.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you for the good question.
Other questions? Member Magnolia.
So I would like to move the changes that Attorney Gallo has proposed.
Okay, second? Yes, that's me. So roll call. It's only two of us.
Member Dugan.
Yes.
Member Magnolia.
Yes, I would like to move that we bring these to the full committee.
Second? Roll call, please.
Member Dugan.
Yes.
Member Magnolia.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Gallo. And,
Thank you.
that concludes the presentation. So.
Motion to adjourn the policy subcommittee.
Second. Roll call, please.
Member Dugan.
Yes.
Member Magnolia.
Yes.
All right, subcommittee adjourned.
I would like to call to order the curriculum subcommittee. And we have a presentation. Hold on, I have to read it.
Roll call.
Call to order? Roll call. Oh, can I have a roll call for the curriculum subcommittee?
Member Dugan.
Yes.
Member Gately.
Present, excuse me, present.
Member Magnolia.
Yes. Okay, so, I'm sorry, I'm not finding the name of the presentation. Hold on, wait for it. Here we go, the ELA Core Curriculum and Foundation Skills. Take it away.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michelle Winslow. I'm the Assistant Director of ELA and Reading, and I am here and joined by Sarah McIsaac, the Program Specialist at Callahan Elementary School, Mary O'Brien, a Grade 4 teacher at Cobbett, Miss Ellen Rondo, who's a Curriculum Instructional Teacher at Druids as well as a Reading Specialist, all of who were members of the Curriculum Council via the Glean Grant to evaluate and select resources for our K-5 core adoption. So we are here tonight to speak about the process that we embarked on over the last several months, and just to kind of put a keen focus on what our objectives are, is to explain the Council's evidence to support the adoption of MyView Literacy for Tier 1 ELA instruction, and to also explain the Council's evidence and rationale for adopting Letterland for Tier 1 foundational skills instruction. So in terms of framing the why, DESE, in the Quick Reference Guide, Assessing Your Curriculum Landscape, addresses three main pillars in choosing a curriculum and maintaining curriculum literacy: ready access to high-quality and standards-aligned core curriculum materials. You can find DESE's definition of these pillars on our PowerPoint. Our current resource, Reach for Reading, has been deemed not aligned to the curriculum standards. As recipients of the Glean Grant, our task for Year 1 was to identify and adopt a resource for Tier 1 ELA instruction in grades K through 5, one of which is high quality and aligned to the curriculum standards. Rigorous by complexity of text and culturally responsive to provide equitable access for all students in grades K through 5, while also meeting the three pillars, was of the utmost importance of the team.
Hi, everyone. As a member of the lead team for the ELA Curriculum Council team, when choosing the committee, it was vital to have inclusive representation across all elementary schools, including ELE and special education. The committee members are listed on the PowerPoint. The team members were comprised of 8 principals, several program specialists, the Assistant Director of ELE, Amanda Campbell, the Deputy Administrator of Special Education, Jessica McLaughlin, numerous classroom teachers, EL specialists, reading specialists, and special education teachers. As part of the grant activities, DESE partners us with the Hill for literacy to support and guide us during the evaluating and selecting process towards a high-quality Tier 1 resource.
With that in mind, the ELA committee began the process of participating in professional development to truly understand the rationale in adopting high-quality, standards-aligned resources. From there, the team embarked on a multi-layered curriculum review starting in February of 2022 and continuing through the end of May. The choosing of the vendors started with an examination of the following resources: LPS District Strategic Plan, where the team identified the following strategic initiatives as most relevant to our adoption process. 1.2 and 1.4, you can find 1.2 and 1.4 strategic initiatives on the PowerPoint. Aligning the ELA adoption with the district initiatives was a crucial task, as we wanted the new ELA curriculum to help move outcomes. In addition to the district's strategic plan, the team also readily examined and utilized DESE's Implement Massachusetts Guide, which is grounded in equity for students and outlined an inclusive 4-phase process to select, implement high-quality instructional materials that best meet the district's local context and needs. Curriculum ratings by teachers rubric, otherwise known as the Cure Rate. Their goal is to make it easier for schools and districts to lay a foundation of great curricular materials in every classroom, so that teachers can focus on making those materials work for all the students they know best. EdReport's an online resource that provided a strong starting point for conversations about our curriculum adoption, since the reviews helped communicate with teachers about materials under consideration, as well as the district leadership about recommendations. The Curriculum Assessment Framework for Equity, also known as the CAFE rubric, was developed in collaboration with 2 professors from Bridgewater State University in June of 2021. This document provided another critical LPS lens. Critical elements of this rubric were infused into the Cure Rate to support our evidence findings.
As stated, our work followed the elements of DESE's implement process. As described, components of the Learn and Prepare phase involve the evaluation of needs within the district via the GLEAM grant proposal. Our team assembled and began to assess the landscape of possible vendors who prospectively could meet the needs of the district in terms of a core adoption. During this phase, we readied for the next phase, investigate and select, by utilizing our instructional vision and priorities to rate each product. The team analyzed curricular programs and resources using our adapted Cure Rate rubric. We gathered data and met with other districts and publishers to garner evidence pertaining to our priorities and local context. The resources investigated were Wonders by McGraw-Hill, Core Knowledge Language Arts by Amplify, American Reading Company, and MyView Literacy by Savis, and these resources are available on the table.
During the evaluate and select phase, the team utilized our instructional vision and priorities to rate each product. Following all presentations, the team was provided with newsletters that contained Zoom recordings and the logins to the demo accounts. This allowed the team to easily re-examine the resources. The team analyzed curricular programs and resources using our adapted Cure Rate rubric. We gathered data and met with other districts and publishers to garner evidence pertaining to our priorities and local context. Teachers tested materials and feedback was elicited. The team synthesized evidence, and at the end of May, following a thoughtful and thorough evaluation process, the team met to come to a consensus regarding the top 2 publishers. Referring to evidence collected during our time together, MyView Literacy evolved as a contender for recommendation based on our predetermined team priorities and requirements.
So major features that drew us to MyLiteracy and coming to a consensus for recommendation. Has the highest possible ratings on both EdReports and the Cure Rate. It has a sense of student agency woven within and throughout all of its lessons, and it's striving to build independent learners. Evidence-based instruction is also woven throughout all grade level and instructional lessons. It ensures that all students feel valued for their unique experiences and perspectives. Ensures that instruction is asset-based and built from the ground up to address the literacy and language needs of all learners. and it's rich and representative in the literature within the program at all grade levels. A typical unit of study starts with an essential question and moves through 5 weeks of instruction. Essential questions are critically important because they allow students to share their opinions and their views on a topic, hence how My View got its name. The following components demonstrate the features that support the voices of our students. The instructional design of My View is grounded in the research of Cummings, Ernest Morrell, and Alfred Tatum. Within the units of every grade level, it supports the learning outcomes in the 4 domains of social justice standards, as defined by Learning for Justice: identity, diversity, justice, and action. Lesson plans pertaining to these domains are available for every text on the Savvis Now platform. Language development was of keen priority as we waved our way through all the different resources and finding evidence to support our students and teachers. In terms of language development, the resources, it comes from a lens of an asset-based approach to support all learners, and in particular our EL students. The resources have culturally and linguistically affirming routines and activities in every lesson. The routines provide opportunities for all learners, in particular our English learners and students with disabilities, to have culturally affirming learning experiences and opportunities to share background about themselves, their families, their cultures, and their traditions. Engaging in diverse texts. High expectations within all lessons. Mrs. O'Brien will speak to that in just a moment. Rigorous standards-based instruction through the engagement of complex texts and lessons designed to message these high expectations. Language and literacy development integrated with science and social studies content learning while engaging in academic discourse with peers. Appropriate formative summative assessments, targeted EL supports and scaffolds at point of entry within lessons to provide our multilingual learners accessing this and tackling complexity in text. Specific English language development scaffolding include embedded vocabulary supports for our EL students and students with disabilities, ongoing EL targeted support for routines such as cognates, EL targeted support in EL language transfer. There's also a multilingual glossary and selected vocabulary words are included within this glossary with definitions that can be read aloud in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole on the Savvis Realize platform. Building background videos for each leveled content reader helps front load for our students and provide them with the information they need to find success within a unit of study. The council found that the authentic selections in My View Literacy positively represented a wide range of cultures and groups in multiple settings, occupations, and lifestyles. The authorship team, which included Dr. Gloria Ladson-Billings, a professor at the University of Wisconsin, worked to ensure that texts were culturally relevant and responsive and included positive images of gender roles and culturally and linguistically diverse individuals. And a quote from one of the authors of My View, Ernest Morrell, he says, this is one of my favorite, regarding his role in developing the resource was to avoid what he calls creating a single cultural narrative in the classroom. Students need to read stories that reflect their own experiences, and they also need to read stories that reflect the experiences of others. This is what allows them to connect across lines of differences.
Another component of My View, which we made available to us, are 2 digitized platforms for grades K through 5 titled My World Interactive for Social Studies and Elevate for Science are significantly aligned with the standards. These tools will serve as additional resources to support instruction within these 2 critical content areas.
I had the opportunity to field test a lesson from Savvis My View this past month. To give a brief summary of the introductory lesson, my students watched a short video clip and interacted with the unit essential question, how do living things adapt to the world around them? They talked with their peers to determine how the essential question connected to the video and what other ideas from their own personal background they could relate to the 2 as well. Next, I introduced the academic vocabulary, which is a page in the student interactive. We read words and their definitions, and they then made connections between the new words, specifically acquire and defense in writing. Some examples of the student work are on the slides. In the teacher manual, different scaffolds were presented to help all students interact and work with grade level text and work. My newcomers and Level 1 EL students used pictures and diagrams to show their thinking. My Level 2 EL students used sentence frames to make their connections. My higher EL proficiency levels and other students wrote their responses and used the words and definitions above for support as they needed it. After the vocabulary, my students read an engaging informational text about elephants and then had discussions with each other about challenges animals face and other animals that they knew, again, from their own background that were threatened. Students engaged in these discussions and took notes to share out with the group. The lesson followed up and ended with modeling a think aloud of a fiction text that focused on that same essential question, and then we continued to dive into more text from there. As I worked with my students and observed, I thought a lot about curriculum and literacy programs. And while I know that no program is perfect, I can say that from my experience in vetting curriculum and teaching from this one, my view meets the needs of the diverse learners in my classroom and in Lynn as a whole. All of my students, from newcomers to above grade level readers, had access to complex, rigorous grade level text and were able to present their own learning appropriately. My students were engaged, and with the appropriate scaffolds that my view has in place, my students were successful in meeting their objectives. Differentiation happened at both ends of the spectrum. My above grade level students elaborated on their ideas, and when I spoke to them after, they told me that this work was pretty tough and challenging. My newcomers were able to prove their understanding of connections between the grade level academic words acquire and defense, and pull from their own background to participate in rich discussions that they were excited about. My view also has a reading and writing component that is connected, so our students will write about what they read about. I look forward to hopefully being able to implement this curriculum fully in my classroom to help ensure that all of my students are successful, strong readers who have opportunities and access to the grade level materials that they so deserve.
As we analyzed each of the 4 cores, a diligent investigation was conducted to ensure that the foundational skills were met the criteria put forth within our council's priorities, such as systematic and explicit instruction in phonemic awareness and phonics. As we know, strong Tier 1 foundational skills instruction along with high-quality resources are critical in developing lifelong learners. As we have experience from previous curricular adoptions, these skills within a core often do not meet the needs of our students nor provide the level of expertise when conducting professional development as opposed to a resource that specializes in these critical early literacy components. 3 evidence-based programs were reviewed and field tested. Of the 3, Letterland met the most critical of components, but also had numerous attributes that will support our students in not only learning to read, but to love the process as well. Here are some of these engaging and exciting components of the program. Consistent routines that adhere to the principles of Orton Gillingham. Songs to recall the characters' phonetic elements in stories with alliteration. Pictures within the letters that aid in sound retrieval of for both of our EL students and our students with disabilities. This fosters robust vocabulary and oracy development with 3 vocabulary cards that contribute to the accompanying story. Decodable stories in colorful book form. Intervention curricula for targeted Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction. And it's recommended by expert contributors of the Massachusetts Dyslexia Guidelines.
Nicole Carter, who could not be with us tonight, is a kindergarten teacher at Callahan Elementary School, and she field tested Letterland. As the program specialist at the school and a member of the Curriculum Council, I was able to support the field test and debrief with her regarding the materials. Here is some of her feedback. I am thrilled to hear that Letterland will be presented to the school committee. I really think our EL students will gain so much from it. Students in my class made great gains in learning their letters and letter sounds. The characters and stories are engaging and help students remember the concepts they are learning.
In closing, we hope that you have a solid understanding of our process and our final recommendations. If approved, our plan for implementation is the following. In grades K to 2, foundational skills will be fully implemented. From my view, schools will receive, for grades K to 2, in terms of my view, schools will receive resources in K to 2 from the core to support instruction within our interdisciplinary units of study. And additional resources will be incorporated into those units throughout the year. This fall, we will implement My View in grades 3 to 5, along with a scope and sequence document that will support teachers with a new resource, along with customized support from the vendor. As a team, the Curriculum Council passionately believes that these two resources will provide our teachers and our students with equitable, rigorous, and engaging educational opportunities that they deserve and need. We thank you for the opportunity to present, and now we'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Member Dugan?
Yeah, just a quick question. So you mentioned, just so I have this clear in my own head, My View would be for Tier 1 students, and then the interventions would come for the Tier 2 and Tier 3 students with Letterland? Did I get that correct?
No, it's an excellent question.
Okay.
So in terms of the foundational skills, Letterland can go up to grade 3.
Okay.
I think for implementation, we are focusing primarily on K to 2, so that would be your Tier 1 foundational
Okay.
skills. The program also does have intervention resources for Tier 2 and 3. And then My View would serve as your other components in terms of the reading and writing process for Tier 1 instruction, so for the whole. But within the program itself, it also has intervention resources, leveled text for students so that you can differentiate when you move into small group instruction.
All right, and then that was my next question you just answered. So there is ample time for small group instruction, guided reading within the class, right? Okay.
A major goal, within the
Right.
district is to ensure an MTSS model,
Mhm.
having our Tier 1, for all, with that rigorous, complex text with the right scaffolds in place, so all students can find success, and then moving into small groups where students who may be working on grade level material and other students who may need extra support would be receiving Tier 2.
Okay, great. And then, just a couple things. Trombone Shorty, I saw is a great book, and maybe something beautiful. They're really good books, so I was really happy to see those. And just the use of vocabulary, too, I think that's really important. So just some impressive things that I saw. So thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank
It's great, thank you.
Member Gately?
I'm very, very happy to see the dyslexia guidelines because I know so many students that have made it into the junior high or middle school that have dyslexia and never picked up on it in earlier ages. One child particular comes, two actually, boys, that you never notice. They're always antsy, and so I'm so happy it's there. How would you be able to tell if a student had the dyslexia using this program, or could that be possible?
Well, we also have our Renaissance universal screener, which we also utilize to determine appropriate small group instruction. And then we actually will be working very closely with the EL department and the special education department in terms of those guidelines. We attended a training recently through Crafting Minds. Melissa Orkin is one of the creators of the Mass Dyslexia Guidelines. So that is where, when we were attending this training, they had recommended, we were already considering piloting or field testing rather, Letterland, and actually recommended it for districts with a high EL population because it garners meaning, it develops language, it develops vocabulary. Kids can connect. Even if whether the proficiency level, any child can connect to the characters. But to your question, this would support, hopefully, we're going to have a much stronger Tier 1. So we have less students in Tier 2, and then through the use of the universal screener and our support through the mass guidelines, we would then be able to create protocols within the district to identify children who would be at risk of reading disabilities. So the hope is that having a strong Tier 1, evidence-based, very systematic and explicit Tier 1 routine, but then also having resources for Tier 2, more kids are going to develop those literacy skills than they may be now. So we're hoping that this is the path that we're taking.
I'm hoping that too. There was another question, something about the themes. Like last year, there was a thematic unit going in K through 3, and it was very confusing for a lot of teachers to implement. There wasn't enough resources. So would this be moving in to replace it? Because I really like a vetted curriculum. I feel better if my children, or that's what I think of all the students in Lynn, that they have a strong curriculum that was vetted, and all these teachers, you know, involved from every school had a say. I just feel so much better about hearing this. I think that's what we need in our schools, not just a few, but the whole. So I really like this idea, and I think the teachers, from what I'm hearing, because I hear from a lot of teachers, that they would be very relieved to get this for K through 5. So would it go in K through 5 if we approved it?
So as I said earlier in my closing, for K to 2, we had multiple really strong priorities that we established as a team early on in the process, along with other components that we wanted to ensure the resource that we landed on in terms of bringing for recommendation had very strong components in support of our interdisciplinary units of study, and that's where my view really came out as a contender. So as I spoke to, the implementation plan is we have the foundational skills obviously coming K2, and then also utilizing resources because we had such a laser focus in ensuring that there were many priorities that we wanted and expected from our resource, but then the resource would also be able to enhance in the continued development of the units of study because we made sure that we gathered a lot of evidence in which the resource would be able to do so. So teachers would absolutely be receiving resources such as big books, small group instruction to support the interdisciplinary units of study, as well as we had a very strong laser focus on finding a resource that had strong alignment to science and social studies, just as those two online digitized resources, Elevate and My World Interactive, was amazing that we're not only going to be able to build knowledge within the informational lens, support the interdisciplinary units of study, because MyView had those components that we're able to infuse within them.
Well, one teacher, well, actually a few, but one in particular wanted me to state that match the thematic units to the curriculum, not mapping should work off the curriculum. And this would do that. They would work off of the curriculum.
That's what we're recommending.
Thematic units would work off of them?
In supporting the thematic units and the enhancement, the continued development that MyView did have and does have a lot of incredible components that we will be able to create and embed within the mapping for teachers to utilize in their instruction.
And I believe she was a teacher from Callahan, and she did extremely well in the Renaissance testing where others didn't, but she was an older woman, so she had all this experience of all this thematic, so her Renaissance test came out, and I asked Mary for the Renaissance testing, but I didn't get that, so I don't know how the rest of the district did in the Renaissance testing for elementary. Thank you very much for your information.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, just Member Capola.
Do we have it in place to be able to purchase it and start it for September? And that includes all the resources that they need. And do they need any professional development or? Okay.
In terms of K to 2, all right, you're going to have a full rollout of the foundational skills program, which is separate from MyView. That's the piece of the program that's going to teach phonics and phonemic awareness. MyView, for K to 2, we're going to actually do a 2-year implementation and rollout in support of teachers. And professional development over 2 years. So in terms of they're going to get all the ancillary resources next year. We'll incorporate them into the interdisciplinary maps. And then over the course of next year, we're going to work to incorporate the actual text into the units.
Okay. And you did say it's vetted. It's been vetted, it has.
These resources, yes.
Yes. These all, yes, any that we would even consider evaluating. And through the GLEAM grant, we had the opportunity to attend quite a bit of professional development with the Department of Ed and the implement process, starting in, the various phases. So they provided us with a lot of guidance in going through the process, but also identifying via ed reports and the curate. These are already considered, there's no perfect unicorn, there are strong horses out there, but these are much more aligned to the standards than resources of years past.
Through the GLEAM grant, the team was not allowed to evaluate any resource that wasn't deemed high quality.
Yes, absolutely.
They weren't allowed to do that.
Thank you. Member Dugan?
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion for the committee to adopt My View and Letterland for curriculum for Lynn Public Schools.
Is it K through 5?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, K to 5. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Move it to the full committee.
I have a motion to move it to the full committee. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Entertain a motion to adjourn the curriculum subcommittee.
Motion
Thank
to
you very
adjourn
much,
curriculum
everyone.
subcommittee.
Really nice job. Appreciate all your work on this.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have
Enjoy
a,
your summer.
Thank you so much.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
yes. Adjourned. Donna.
Call the Personnel Subcommittee meeting and a Committee of the Whole meeting to order.
Member Capola?
Present.
Member Gately?
Present.
Member Magnolia?
Present.
Okay, and on there are job descriptions that we have that, to do approval on. First one being Assistant Director of History and Social Studies. Are there any questions in regards to it? Yes.
So I have a question for the superintendent, but it's going to cover all of these positions. May I ask that now, Chair? Is that okay?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. So the question that I had regarding these positions is with regards to some of the feedback we've heard from the Lynn teachers. So one of the persistent feedback items that we get is that implementation and rollout of professional development, specifically as it relates to curriculum, is sometimes not done as smoothly as it could be. So could you specifically address how these positions can help with that issue?
Yeah, I will start with naming that all three of these proposed positions for in the curriculum department assistant director positions were held by one person. And so just by, sheer capacity, the ability to support in a robust fashion the rollout of professional development, support around any curriculum adoptions is going to be limited by human capacity. Simple as that. That said, we do have a very talented and really working individual who has done this remarkably for a number of years, but I think even that individual would name that there are shortcomings given the breadth of this work and the ability of what one person can do in 24 hours or 365 days or 180 days.
Thank you.
82.
Is there another question? On Assistant Director of History and Social Studies?
Nope.
If not, is there a motion to move that one forward?
I'd like to move that to the full committee.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Assistant Director of Post-Secondary Readiness.
I'd like to move that to the full committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Member
And
Capo-
are there any questions before we do? Okay, roll call, please.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
And Assistant Director of World Language?
I'd like to move that to the full committee.
I have a question.
Ms. Gately?
I'm like really confused with this position. It's Assistant Director of Curriculum, Whole Languages, but the summary is language manager will support pre-K potential
boy.
EL families and the registration language assessment. And this is curriculum, and it reports to the Deputy Director of Multilingual Learner Education. I'm all confused with this posting.
Are you talking about the Assistant Director of Curriculum Instruction for World Language?
Yes. I think she
That's what
just
it
noticed
says.
that. Position summary, the language assessment manager, it's the wrong information on it.
Yeah, that's a Scrivener's error, if you will. That is a position summary for the language manager, assessment manager position.
Okay, do we want to table that until it could be corrected, maybe, I guess?
Do you have the correct position that you can get to us? If we move this position to the full committee, could you get us the correct job description?
I think I can, yes. If there's time, I think I can.
If you can, I forgot, Mrs. Capola.
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Gately, yes.
If you can, then I could move it. I see it getting moved, but I was like very confused when I was looking at it, and I saw it's going to the Deputy Director of Multilingual. I was like, what the heck?
It's a mistake. It's a mistake. Well, what you could do is still move it to the whole committee, and if I'm unable to provide you with what you need at that point in time, then you can table it.
So I believe there's a motion on the floor, but we don't have a second.
Yeah, that's the next one.
So I've moved.
So is there any, Dr. Tutwiler, is there any description that I can look at before I even move it to the full committee?
If you give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please. We can move on, and
Okay, well,
we should bring one down.
I just want to make
Thank
sure
you,
I
Eva.
know what I'm moving forward.
We can if the other member doesn't.
Yeah.
Suggestion to go to D and come back to C?
Can I rescind my motion temporarily, and then we can move on? Okay, I rescind the motion.
Okay.
Continue, Chair, sorry.
Next one is Deputy Director of Multilingual Learner Education.
I'd like to move this to the full committee.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Next one is Language Assessment Manager.
I'd like to move this to the full committee.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Ms. Gately.
Before we move it to the full committee, I want to ask on this one. Where would this person, language assessment manager, be located?
Yeah, so in the document that you were sent on Friday, each position had a brief rationale, and for the rationale for the language assessment manager, I named the fact that there are 2,000 or more students language tested each year, but also that oversight of that operation now is done in part by members of the English Learner Education Department, which is connected to the Welcome Center. As we all know, the Welcome Center is going to experience a much-needed location move to the Century Bank location. And we still need oversight for that very important operation. With that many students, it's a compliance operation. It is connected to the English Learner Education office, and so that person would be housed at the Century Bank location and would assume full oversight responsibility for language testing.
So I would like to make a recommendation that she reports, or he, the person that does this, reports to the Welcoming Center director.
I would respectfully ask that you not do that. The Welcome Center director is not responsible for this compliance arm of the English Learner Education Department. That really needs to be tied and connected to that department. If we shift that, that's going to call for, it would separate, I think unnecessarily and potentially dangerously, that operation from the appropriate office.
Okay, I have a question in regards to that. And we did talk about this, but my concern is that, number one, there is not a job description like that.
I'm sorry?
It's not a job, it's not a job within.
Does not exist currently.
It does not exist. And what job description was doing it? I mean, obviously, somebody was doing it. If we have two people that are out of the Welcoming Center,
Do you mind?
the assessment specialists out of the, I was told it was assessment specialist, but I don't see assessment specialists
If
either.
I can
So
invite Rania Caldwell, she can explain that operation pretty clearly to you.
Hello.
Hello.
So currently, our language assessment specialists do the testing and scoring and paperwork compliance of all the students who are language tested. Right now, because that language assessment process takes place within the ELE department located at Bennett Street, the administration, so the assistant directors and myself, oversee that operation. But because that now operation is moving to Century Bank, that oversight of, or that support of the administrators is no longer going to be is not going to be at Century Bank. They're going to remain here in the, at Bennett Street to oversee the other components of ELE programming.
Okay, so why can't one of your jobs in your department then go with the Welcoming Center, rather than create a whole new job? I mean, we're creating a whole pile of administrative jobs.
Yep, and I'll explain why.
And that's, to me, and when they're not even moved there yet. I mean, we don't have an architect, we don't, we haven't built it out yet or anything like that. So, to vote on a job that maybe the Welcoming Center may not be over there till, after the holidays, into the spring, but to create a job that you're doing it, and I understand what you're trying to say to me, that when they move there, you need somebody over there, but take somebody from your department and move them over there.
So I'll explain, because intake and assessment is the first step of ELE programming. It's like one initial step, and it's a lot of kids. What happens from there, which is what my assistant directors do now, is once students are identified, there is an entire operation of regulations that those English learners need to be monitored. Curriculum, instruction, assessment, ESL services, plans, things of that nature. That's what my assistant directors do for the most of the time. I can't dedicate an assistant director who's in charge of all of those other components to simply be on that piece of ELE compliance. But if someone isn't monitoring it, we are making ourselves very vulnerable to a Department of Justice investigation, because that is the first place that they come. That's the first place they came when they were here in 2017. And we had to make a lot of changes to fix those systems because they break quickly.
Yeah, okay, I understand that, and I feel comfortable that we should be following that, obviously, but to create a whole new job, name to a job that we don't even have, to me, is, I can't go along with that, but if you needed another assistant director thing, then, at some point, we review that and dedicate that person, that would know and be with the Welcoming Center, if that's the case. If they couldn't you can't commit that person to a full-time, then have certain times that happens. I mean, do we assign, when we're testing the children, do we give them appointment times and assign them?
Yes, they have appointments to come in for testing.
Yeah.
We test about 40 kids a day sometimes.
So you could dedicate somebody over here,
I could not. I could not. We oversee 8,500 students in the school district across every department and compliance. It's not feasible. We cannot dedicate a person to that language testing operation full-time, and it is a particular skill set. Those people are trained in assessing students, communicating with families on the programmatic options available to students, their rights in terms of ELE programming, and what parents are, what their rights are in terms of services, what types of programs. It is a very specific skill set that you need a person to be bilingual to communicate with families. They need to be trained in the assessment. We administer 3 different assessments for our students, and then additional assessments for our unaccompanied newcomers life students as well in Spanish. It is a very different skill set than that of my assistant directors.
but they're doing it now. Somebody is doing it now.
They're not doing that. The assistant directors are there to
Who's
oversight.
doing this now? Who is doing that particular, like you said, you can't allow the Welcoming Center to leave, to the same area that you were in, because you were side by side, but where? I mean, who was doing that? Somebody was going over there and doing that, because this isn't new. I mean, somebody has been doing that same thing.
Right.
Who?
Well, someone has been doing it, trying to fill in the gaps. You have to remember, 4 years ago, we weren't testing 2,500 kids. We were testing 800. We're testing 2,500 students a year. That is a massive, we can't keep up. We are pulling people from roles that should not be testing to fill the gap so that we're not breaking compliance. That's what we have to do. My assistant directors sometimes are testing. That's not what they should be doing. They're not language testers. We don't have the capacity to do the type of testing that we have. 2,500 students a year from July 1st to June 30th. 2,500 kids. And those assessments take between 45 minutes and 2 hours. And that doesn't include communicating with families.
Well, personally myself, I can't create a new job.
Can I also add that the job description is very closely aligned to the student assignment manager that exists to the Welcome Center. If you compared those job descriptions, the language is very similar but specific to language testing.
And also, just if I may, I'm confused, which might be a perpetual state for me. I don't know, but we presented a budget on April 28th with all of these positions, all 7 that we're talking about tonight. They were in the slides. They were in your binder, very cleanly, neatly accessible. In the second tab, every department, every school with every new addition. I'm confused now by the suggestion that you're unwilling to approve a job. I thought the discussion was around the substance of the role, not whether or not the position is approved.
Well,
Am I wrong on that?
Well, I'll only speak for myself,
Okay.
but I didn't realize that we didn't already have a job with that description. So that's where I stand on it. So, I mean, the budget is this thick, and if
Yeah.
I went through every one and matched it up, knowing that there were jobs, I wasn't aware that there wasn't a job named Language Assessment Manager. That's just my.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
And we did take some steps. I realize it's a $200 million budget, and there are lots of pages, but there is a very accessible narrative right at the beginning of the budget. There's also a tab that just goes school by school, department by department, and shows you what additions are being made. And then also the PowerPoint that night, which you received ahead of time, also had all of the positions that we're discussing tonight. I'm happy to show you that. I have that right here.
And
So I just want to be
I've
clear.
gone through every one of them. I mean,
I believe it.
You can see the markings. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not something that I took lightly by
Mm-hmm.
any means, if you're saying that I didn't,
I'm not.
that I wasn't-
I am not
didn't
saying you
look at the
didn't
budget.
do your due diligence. My point is to, I think we need to straighten out what we're doing here. You're suggesting that a position come out of the budget. The budget's already been approved. I thought this exercise was about determining the role, the substance of the function of each one of the roles as it's outlined in the posting.
Thank you.
That's the only thing I'm trying to understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There any other questions?
I have one other comment. I think we've heard very clearly and very articulately why this position is needed. And I think, and it's not to threaten anyone or speak in hyperbolic terms, but what we are trying to do is, A, service families well. That's our number one mission. We're also trying to stay compliant. I think Rania laid that out really clearly and how this position would help us do that. And then we want to keep the lanes clear. Assistant directors have a role and function. It is not that. And so we created something new that would provide that service for families in the spirit of maintaining compliance. I don't think it's a good idea to remove this position. I really don't.
Madam Chair, I just want to remind you there's a motion on the floor that does not yet have a second.
Okay, do you want to repeat the motion?
I move to advance this to the whole committee, this language assessment manager.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Member Capola?
No.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll go back to, have you had time to look at the correction on the Assistant Director of Curriculum World Languages?
Not the right.
Okay, Ms. Gately?
I'm looking through this, and the summary has changed,
Yeah.
but they report to the Deputy Director of Multilingual Education, and I would think that if it's an Assistant Director of World Languages, they're talking like Spanish, French, right? Isn't that the world languages? And wouldn't they report to the Curriculum Director?
They would.
Okay.
You can make that motion to make that change.
Oh, can I make that motion to make that change, please? Thank you.
That aside, the specifics related to the role and responsibility are outlined in the 15 or so bullets right above that. Welcome you to review that responsibility.
Just one question on it. The other one that we had was incorrect, but now it's just been removed so we don't have a position summary on it. Oh, I mean, I might be looking at the wrong one. No, we're missing a position summary on this. You've given us that, but where is the position summary?
For world language?
Yep. Yes, yeah, the one that Mary just gave us.
Positions, I'm not clear on what.
Oh, okay. Was it just not supposed to have a position summary? The other one had a position summary. So it doesn't
Not
have.
the assistants. The assistants didn't have
So it doesn't
None
have.
of them do.
Okay,
None of
so
them.
that one here that we had on it isn't being replaced with another position summary. It's just deleted.
It was the
It's just
wrong, that's for
deleted.
the language assessment.
Yeah, well, I know it's wrong, but I'm just asking. It's deleted and not replaced
Some of
with
them did,
position.
some of them didn't.
Okay, yep. Okay.
Madam Chair, there's a motion on the floor that we need a second for to replace the reports to function.
Okay.
And I'd like to second it.
Roll call, Mary?
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to move this to the committee of the whole, please.
Roll call, please. Oh, did I get a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Okay, next one is Program Specialist for Early Childhood Transition. Any questions?
Nope.
I'd like to move this to the whole committee.
Make a motion to accept it and move it to the whole committee.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
We got to say them clearly because Mary is,
Yep. Sorry.
okay, thank you. And we have the last one, Program Specialist for Secondary Transition.
Let's see this.
Are
I'd
there
like
any
to move the
questions? or-
program specialist for secondary transition to the whole committee.
Can we make a motion to accept it and move it?
Accept it and move it, yes.
Thank you. Yes. Second?
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Roll call, Mary.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Moving right along. We can quickly see if anyone's here for open mic and then move into the full meeting. So the open mic session is designed to provide an opportunity for citizens to express their views on matters of concern to the school committee. These sessions are not designed to encourage debate or lengthy exchange of views, but are to have the committee understand numerous points of view. The committee would appreciate speakers keeping their presentation at 3 minutes in order to accommodate as many people as time permits. The chair reserves the right to limit the number of speakers in the same topic to 3. All speakers must be at least 18 years of age or enrolled in high school in Lynn Public Schools District or having discussed their views with the student government representative. The chair reserves the right to rule the speaker out of order if he or she feels that the speaker's comments are personal in nature. If a speaker's comments are directed at a school committee member or a member of school administration in attendance, that member, through the chair, may address the individual. The sessions will promptly commence 15 minutes prior to the start of the regular school committee meeting. Is anyone here to speak at open mic? Anyone looking to speak at open mic? Looking to speak at open mic? Seeing no one, we close the open mic. And we will take a brief recess. Call to order the 6th special meeting of the school committee. Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos.
Present.
Member Capola.
Present.
Member Dugan.
Present.
Member Gately.
Present.
Member Magnolia.
Present.
Member Pena.
Present.
Mayor Nicholson.
Present. Please rise for a salute to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes of the following meeting, the 5th special meeting on June 2nd, 2022.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Public hearing on the FY23 budget on June 9th, 2022.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. 11th regular meeting on June 9th, 2022.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item is field trip requests. Classical High School, grade 12 students to Italy in April 23. What's the recommendation of the superintendent?
Recommendation of the superintendent is an enthusiastic approval of this wonderful opportunity for our students to travel to Italy, Rome, Sorrento, Pompeii, Naples. The brave soul who would like to need a chaperone. Apparently, there are chaperones who are willing to go. The brave soul who will chaperone and lead the students on this trip is here. I want to invite him to say a few words.
Please.
Awesome. Good evening, all. This is the second time in as many years that I've sat before you on the last meeting of the year requesting this. I don't think we should make a habit of this. As I said last year, I believe experiential learning is a key tenet of understanding and really getting to the crux of any historical aspect that students study. And this year, the junior class was in ancient civilization or World I, where they learned about ancient Rome and other ancient civilizations all the way up into the Renaissance period. And several actually came to me and asked, because they know I'm leading a trip that is going in a couple weeks to a different part of Europe, if I would lead a trip next year. And I don't know why I said yes. No, I'm kidding. I said yes because they are wonderful students who deserve the opportunity to go on a trip like that. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to really see what they heard about and read about this past year, and I would love the opportunity.
Questions? Yeah, Member Castellanos.
Thank you so much, honestly, for what you do and I think experiences like that are very valuable. Traveling's very important. I've been to Italy before. It's unbelievable. More just towards trips in general. Just maybe this is a question for the superintendent. Like cost. Could we talk about that just before? I just always was wondering, like, just equity-wise. Like, I remember, I grew up poor. I never got to go on any vacations growing up. And honestly, like, I don't know what kind of scholarships or like, what kind of opportunities we could provide to opportunity youth to go out to Italy, because I think that's important. I think I would love to have seen that when I was my whole life until I got a career and then I was able to do it myself. But
Here.
yeah. But, like,
You want to speak to that?
Well, first off, any money that you folks would like to appropriate for this would be amazing. As working, and I do apologize, on the form, the vendor I left is NA. It actually is an EF-led trip who has been used by the district multiple times. EF offers a scholarship of $1,000 that students can apply for, as well as they have kind of like a personalized GoFundMe type of page through their website where students can request money of their friends and family towards the trip, whether it be like a birthday gift or, if they're Catholic, getting confirmed at that point in time of the year. I have one student who's going with me this year who raised over $2,000 of the $3,200 that this trip cost through donations by their family and friends. So there is the opportunity for them to defer the cost to themselves because of any equitable issue such as money.
That's awesome. Thank you. I make a motion to move forward to support the Classical High School grade 12 students to Italy from April 13th, 2023 to April 20th of 2023.
And I second it.
Roll call,
Have
please.
fun.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah. Enjoy the
Great
trip.
luck.
Have a
Thank you.
wonderful summer.
Next item is vote to approve the Human Resources Generalist Recruitment Specialist.
Mr. Mayor, just a reminder to the committee, this was a discussion that happened during the month of April. The committee gave significant feedback to me and my team, which we've woven into what you have in your packet now in the description for this position. We had prepared to discuss it on May 9th, but decided not to. And I am now coming back on the next and last opportunity of the school year to ask for your approval of this position.
Member Gately, and then Member Pena.
In the job description under education, training, and experience, the third bullet, it says a minimum of 3 years of human resource management experience, including supervising HR staff or functioning as an HR department of one with broad experience as a generalist. What do you mean by this?
That means someone who has supervisory leadership experience in the realm of human resources. Someone who has had the opportunity to experience the many facets of that department. Typically, if you have experience just working in HR, you might have experience with one facet or another. What this is recommending is that the ideal candidate have supreme knowledge of all of the working parts of a human resources department to support the director in making all the pieces of the operation run smoothly.
Thank you.
Member Pena.
I just want to say thank you for, bringing it back up, and I support it fully, and I'd like to make a motion to pass it.
Second?
Second, yeah.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
No.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
No.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Next item is ratification of votes, if any, taken in the policy subcommittee meeting. Member Dugan, any votes taken?
Yes, so we actually had a motion to, I just have to go through my notes, excuse me. In the dress code policy, to remove 1A, the words shoulder and back. 1B, remove mid-thigh length, arms by side. 2A, again, still in the dress code policy, remove or other head coverings of any kind. And then for 2D to be completely removed from the dress code policy. So that was our motion that is coming forward to the full committee.
Member Magnolia.
No, Attorney Gallo pointed out that there are two parts that reference the visual that is likely going away as a result of our elimination, and that we need to clean up the language referencing that visual as a result.
What?
Would you like me to read them so that we can discuss if we need to? I'm not sure, because we have a motion, if we need to amend the motion at this point.
So if we're are we gonna do two separate motions, one to the move to the full committee and then the other on the substantive motion, or do we want to just go to the substantive motion?
I believe we have moved it to the full committee already prior in the subcommittee.
Yeah, so then I
right.
think, do we want to, you want to make the motion and then you can, and then.
Amend it,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, I'll make the motion to the full committee to, as I outlined previously with, do you want me to go through all the items again? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any second?
Second?
Great.
And I would like to move to amend this.
Okay.
Okay, so 2E needs to remove to be covered by the visual above. Wait, hold on, let me just read this so I can get the exact right wording. It's either Can you give me just 1 second?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes, okay. So strike the 2E. I'd like to amend the visual to reflect the changes. So right now, the visual has covered shoulders and mid-thigh shorts. So the visual would just be amended to specifically address 2E and 2M.
I'm sorry, say that again, the end part.
Okay. The visual should be amended to specifically address 2E and 2M, which means that the length of the bottoms would go up and the shoulders would no longer need to be covered, in keeping with the motion for 1A, 1B.
2A, 2D, yeah.
Those aren't covered by the visual, though.
Those aren't covered by the visual.
No, it's just 1A and 1B that's covered by the visual.
Is there any second on the amendment?
Second, the amendment.
All right, so we'll do a roll call, and this is just on the amendment.
Just on the
Be
amendment.
just the amendment, correct.
Roll call.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Any discussion on the principal motion? Member Capola?
I'm just wondering if you had the opinion of the superintendent or the administration.
Yeah, so what we came and developed and presented to the school committee last year, feels like longer ago than that, was drawn upon input from students, staff, principals. I believe that policies should evolve. And so I think what was proposed tonight, the voices of the students should be honored, and I am fine with what's being proposed.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
I just wanted to add on the tops with the spaghetti. I mean, support it, but I still think there could be a safety hazard. I mean, I work with teens at the Y, and I seen what could happen accidentally, with something small like that, and that's just concerns that I had. But.
Member Castellanos.
Yeah, I just want to thank the folks that have been working on this diligently and allowing us to have the opportunity to hear a student tonight. Unfortunately, I missed the student speak, but I was pretty well versed in what the message was, and I did do my homework, and I appreciate the student voice that's here at the table. And I support, and I make a motion to.
There's a motion.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, on the floor.
With a second? Is there a
Yes.
second?
Yep.
Okay.
So we're just
waiting for a
wrapping up discussion. Yep.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yeah,
Would
it's-
it be out of line to, she had her personal thing, but in regards to the curriculum for the, I'm trying to think where I have it now.
Here you go.
Oh, you,
Have you got
Amanda's
it?
letter? Yeah.
Yeah, here you go.
I think we're long overdue for pushing for a mandatory sexual violence curriculum. Is it okay at this meeting to do that, or is it a problem agenda-wise?
I don't think we have that on the agenda, so I don't know that we could take any formal action.
I think we should consider putting that on for our September meeting.
Okay.
When we come back. I think it's really important.
Absolutely.
And
yeah.
I
Member
just would
Magnolia.
like to add, Member Capola, that as the chair of the curriculum committee, this is already in the works.
Okay, great.
It's just the result of the people who were supposed to be in charge of it leaving that position and them having to hire a new position. That was the presentation on the sex ed that we had a number of meetings ago. That started that ball rolling. It's just departures in that department that has inhibited it.
Okay.
Definitely, yeah. Member Gately.
That's what I was going to ask. Where are we on hiring a new person in charge of athletics and
It's been
Health.
posted. The person who was performing the responsibilities in an acting capacity, last day was yesterday, I want to say. So the process is underway.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a great point. I'm sure this is a priority shared by the members on the committee to address, so thank you.
Jared?
Yeah, I skipped over vote to cancel the 12th regular meeting scheduled for June 30th, 2022.
I make a motion to cancel the 12th regular meeting scheduled for June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Next item is ratification of votes, if any, taken in the curriculum subcommittee meeting.
We, I'm sorry, Mayor Nicholson.
Oh, there's
So we
another
had
one.
one other in
Yeah,
the
okay,
policy
sorry.
subcommittee.
Yep,
yes.
yep, go ahead, Member
So
Dugan.
the other item that got moved forward was to accept Attorney Gallo's changes to the JEBA policy. So we made a motion on the policy subcommittee to move that to the full committee. So.
Thank you. What's the will of the committee?
I make a motion to support, to move forward.
Second.
Recommendation.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Thank you, Member Dugan.
And that was that. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Member Magnolia Curriculum Subcommittee meeting.
The curriculum subcommittee moves to the full committee that Letterland and My View be adopted for the curriculum for the K through 5 ELA.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Member Capola, Personnel Subcommittee meeting.
Yes, there were 7 job descriptions that were moved forward to the full committee. You want me to say them one at a time for a vote, or how are you doing that?
I think if there's, unless there's objection from the committee, why don't we take them up one at a time, just so we have the opportunity to vote on them one at a
Okay.
time? Yeah.
Okay, one was a motion to approve the Assistant Director of History, Social Studies.
Second?
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
Next one's Assistant Director of Post-Secondary Readiness.
Second?
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
Assistant Director of World Language.
Second?
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
Deputy Director of Multilingual Learner Education.
Second. I make a motion to accept.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
Language Assessment Manager.
Second?
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
No.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
Program Specialist for Early Childhood Transition.
Second?
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
Program Specialist for Secondary Transition.
Second?
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Great work. A lot of motions.
I'm going to be sleepy.
All right. Next item are the executive sessions. So
I make a motion that we move communications and information forward.
I don't know that we have any.
Oh,
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
have any?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's fine.
So would entertain a motion to, if the motion maker could read out the purposes for executive session. If anybody wants to.
Oh, I'd like to move that we go into executive session to discuss strategies with respect to collective bargaining relative to Lynn Teachers Union and the Lynn School Administrators Association. The discussion of these matters, which involve strategy in an open meeting, may have a detrimental effect on and compromise the bargaining position of the public body.
And then I think, can you read the other
Yeah.
items as well, D and E?
And request for executive session to approve executive session minutes from the June 2nd, 2022 and June 9th, 2022 school committee meetings.
Second.
And request executive session for contract negotiations with non-union personnel. Mr. McHugh, Dr. Tutwiler.
Second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes, and I would just let everyone know that we are expecting to resume regular session once executive session finishes.
Are we going up?
I was looking at it because I didn't know what part we go in on. What
Mayor?
part should I
I don't
go
know.
in
I
on?
think they think, but
We want to go.
Top?
How we're gonna do it? What's the order we want to do it? What order do we want to do it?
what do we do with the contracts?
Okay.
The union contracts?
So we'll start with the teachers. and then-
Read what they told me to read.
Just to include
Excuse me, Sheila.
That's how I got it.
I don't see it. With the teacher contract
Okay, so
and
we
then
should
call.
talk about Kevin. Gotcha. All right.
I'm okay with it.
I don't see where it is.
You're signed.
my,
'22, '25.
all right, is there a motion to return to regular session?
So moved.
Second. Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. We had a vote to approve the executive session minutes from the June 2nd, 2022 and June 9th, 2022 school committee meetings. It's the will of the committee.
So moved.
Still move. Second.
Roll call.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. We had a vote to approve the contract with the Lynn Teachers Union. Take them all individually, yep.
Motion.
The one-year memorandum of agreement for 2021, 2022 school year.
Like to, do we enter it into the minutes? Is that what we're
We
doing?
make
Yeah.
a motion?
A motion to enter it into the minutes?
Just to approve.
Oh, motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Abstain.
Member Dugan?
Abstain.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
Multiple copies in there. Just sign it.
Okay.
Oh, sign. Oh, no.
Mike, can you send the folder down with it, and then Lorraine can collect them and that way.
The last copy is coming with the folder, so remember Gately, if you could please collect these and put them in this folder. This is the last copy. Thank you.
Letty, you have a nice signature.
While we're signing, can we start the next?
8 copies of those.
Yep. Okay.
This is
great.
Okay. Just a folder. Oh, there's one more in here.
Yeah, and then she's gonna put them all in that folder.
Okay.
Next is the 3-year deal. So would entertain a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding with the Lynn Teachers Union for the following 3 school years.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Abstain.
Member Dugan?
Abstain.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
I'm gonna send these down one at a time.
I'll just wait, or should I bring it over?
You put it to the side, put it on the chair over there, that's fine, or whatever.
Sheila, keep an eye on it.
Sheila?
I don't know where to sign this one.
Well, actually, a lot of people.
It's a paper clip.
Oh, these are 2 copies.
There's 2 copies of that.
Do you want us to sign this? Oh, this is that, so folks gotta, hold on.
That one has the appendices in it, just turn to the,
Right
it's
here?
clipped, yeah, for the signature.
No one signed it, so we gotta
sign
gotta
that.
bring it back.
See that?
I got you. You're welcome. You guys are all welcome.
You're welcome.
You know, retro's gonna come out, you know, yours truly made sure that, you know.
You notice the page that's in the judge.
Yeah, no, yeah. No, felt kind of thick. Congratulations.
This aside, because it's not the same.
We asked about retro.
Yeah.
I got that question every day. Yeah. Okay, good. They're working really hard. And now I can step out the shell. I can actually go outside again.
Don't want to be null and void.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, Scrivener's error.
That's right.
Scrivener's error. It's an official legal term, isn't it?
Yeah. It's good. It's like a get it out of jail. Get out of jail for good.
Just the one that had double? We're all set, right?
Did you do a double?
Is this the one that had 2 of them? No, yeah, I already did that. I did one. And then
My mortgage. Yeah, right. Exactly, right.
No, there's more initials.
Doing therapist next?
Sure.
Yep. So I would entertain a motion to approve the MOA with the, for the school year 2001-2022, with the therapist.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Second.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Go through the
Yes.
list.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Can we, while I'm signing, can we start on the next one, which would be a motion to approve a 3-year contract with the therapist?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. This is coming down in a packet. Okay. Sorry.
The 2 places are where the signatures go, and then the rest.
Is this yours? Both of them?
Yep. And then while we're signing, we're looking for a motion to approve the 2022 to 2025 contract with the therapists.
Still move?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
Put that one back in.
Almost done, Sheila.
Oh, you've mixed them up.
No, I didn't.
You did.
I'm just signing.
I think so. No, I know. I gotta check these.
Here you go.
All right, so this first one has 2 signatures on it.
Two signatures on each one, or
Here's
just
one
the
for
first
Just the first one, and then for all the other ones, it's the last
one?
page.
The other one. Each one has two.
We did Paris? No, we gotta do them now. Yeah, right? Or did we do them already?
The vote that just happened was with
Yeah, one was
Therapist.
I think one of those was the Paris. You did therapist.
I thought you said
I think-
Paris, yeah.
I can't believe my shirt's
I
right.
think
No,
you
we
did
did therapist, we didn't do
twice.
paras.
That's fine.
Oh, but they didn't.
All right, so we're looking for a motion to approve the 2001-2022 contract with the paraprofessionals.
Still moves.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Said so moved, I'm sorry.
Lenny.
Lenny, yep, sorry, thank you.
I have
Member Castellanos.
Yes.
3, 4. I have
Member
4.
Capola.
Yes.
Member Dugan.
Yes.
Member Gately.
Yes.
Member Magnolia.
Yes.
Member Pena.
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson.
Yes. And then a motion to approve the 3-year contract for 2022 to 2025 with the paraprofessionals.
So moved?
Any seconds?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member
Just has 2 signatures,
Castellanos.
Brian.
Castellanos, you just.
Yes.
Member Capola.
Yes.
Member Dugan.
Yes.
Member Gately.
Yes.
Member Magnolia.
Yes.
Member Pena.
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson.
Yes.
It's the last one of the season, you know, I'm a little rusty. It's like the Celtics. Can't finish.
They come.
Get ready.
Here they come. Get your folder.
This is worse. It's like
5:30.
home. Can't inside.
It takes 4 hours to get down. A very good night.
Yeah, same deal with the first ones, the first pages, and then
Last page.
Kevin, for administrators, how many copies is this?
I don't know, he gave a whole packet. A bunch there, isn't it?
Yeah. They didn't.
The sign page in front of all.
There's the folder
We're all
for
put
that.
together, but the sign page.
We have one that's a
Yeah,
two-clip.
but the
No, not in that one.
Not in that one, okay.
I'm so glad I got this new pen. It writes so smooth.
Wow. Got it all under control.
Busy all these.
So,
By the end, my signature is on
It's going to be me, Sheila, pretty soon.
This one
I
has a
have
double.
pressure
The
of
first
being
one, it's
last.
on the last page.
It's on the last.
These ones have my name spelled incorrectly. Is it okay if I fix it?
Yeah.
No.
All of them?
Yeah.
No, just these last.
We did it.
Magnolia.
Yeah.
What am I talking about?
It must have just looked.
Yeah, that's okay. I fixed it. I fixed it.
My apologies.
That's okay.
Thank you for fixing.
I mean, it's in blue, so.
She noticed. I wouldn't have noticed.
Everybody gets the sign copy.
I don't care what color it is.
So, like,
Oh, this is the Paris. Wait a minute.
okay.
What happened to the folder for the therapist?
Right here.
Therapist folder's right there.
This is paraprofessional.
Okay.
And this is
Paras folder, the
This is
para
para.
folder.
We just gotta do the
That's
administrators
what I need.
1-year deal and
You
then
signed
2,
that last
yeah.
one in there.
This has 2 signatures, Brian.
Yeah.
What'd you say? That's all right.
This has 2 signatures.
I'm paying attention to
No,
it.
you got it, yeah.
We're looking for a motion for a 1-year deal for 2001, 2022 for the contract with the administrators.
Okay, this
Is
one
there a
has to go
second?
back this way, because.
Roll call, please.
I didn't hear who made the motion.
Member Pena made the motion, and Member Capola
I
seconded.
don't even know what I'm voting. I know I approved them.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Thank you.
Draft's coming.
Yep. Just the three?
Yeah, just 3 of these.
Okay. And then a motion to approve a 3-year contract for 2022 to 2025 for the administrators.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
No.
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
It's got 2 clips on it.
I don't think that only has one signature, right? Yeah, I don't know why it has 2 clips.
Just three documents.
Yeah, I'll keep them together then. So
Thank you. Absolutely. This is just the 3 as well?
yes, there's no folder.
Shirley, here's the double as soon as I find it.
I'm not going to forget you. I'm not going to forget you, sure.
This is just the 3.
Keep these three together. This one's fancy.
Oh, I'm behind.
Just 3 and that's the folder.
Three together.
There it is. And you didn't sign that one.
I'm catching up.
Tiffany.
I don't know what these are.
Donna didn't sign that one.
Yeah, that one.
Whoops.
Coming in hot.
Professional from school.
That's the administrators. Yeah, I see Roddy's.
Well, this one has my middle initial.
I always write.
There's a fold, I have a folder.
It's the admin.
I have the paraprofessional 3-year contract.
That's the one you're looking for, Sheila?
Is it still in me?
Yep.
That was the last one right here?
To sign, yep.
Except this is mine. It's right. Right. Something like the later.
Oh, I don't know how I missed it.
I don't know how I got that.
Here's the paraprofessional. These are never.
Those are LSAA.
Okay.
Bike week.
We didn't get this one. Okay. That's the administrators. That's for you, I believe, Sheila. Yeah. It's the administrators. So those go in there.
Mother on you.
I got that one. So this is the administrators folder. Here, a good picture.
And what about these?
Terrible. Those are all the administrators as well.
All right, we all set?
So they go in here?
I believe so.
Great. We also had a contract with our school business administrator, arrived in an agreement for 2.5% retroactive pay for this year, an adjustment to salary to $175,174, with 3.5% adjustments for cost of living over the next 3 years.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola? Yes. Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. And the final item, we have accepted the resignation of Superintendent Tutwiler effective August 12th, and will be working to promptly name a replacement interim superintendent for the coming school year. Motion to accept the resignation.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Capola?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Magnolia?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. See no further business?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Today, there's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows, it's a river that lives, it's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me. Comes a gentle voice, so still, so pure, slow down, be still, my child, be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive His healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed, I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus, the precious name of Jesus, the healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She strikes you way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She strikes way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes way down, down, way down, down. Somebody saw me standing there. Somebody saw me, I don't know where. I'm on a run. Somebody saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on a run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. High in the daylight,
No contamination. Yep. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So come see me. Yep.
Okay, you know when?
Should we call and make an appointment?
Yeah, you can.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
One last item. Do you know who your ward counselor is?
He's Ward 6, is it
Your
Joe
ci-
Walsh?
Your the city politician, the ward counselor. You should find out, you have a politician, a ward counselor for your ward. Yeah? And I don't know who it is.
I think it's Jay Walsh.
Jay
Ward
Walsh?
6, right?
Ward
7. Oh,
So
Ward
Jay
7.
Walsh, you can go to the city's website and look at the city council, and you have a city councilor, a ward counselor for your ward, Jay Walsh. You should contact him about the problems you have with the litter on the railway. Maybe he can do more for you.
I can give you his information when you come in.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
You're welcome.
Let him know, Jamie. It's either Jay Walsh or Freddie Holden.
Yeah, I'll look.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it might be Jay.
I think so too, but I'm not positive.
All right, moving right along. Notice of intent, Lanzillo Lane, continued from the May meeting. This morning, we received a letter from our expert. Does everyone have it? I can pass it out.
Do I have a copy?
If you have a copy, I'll take one too.
You.
I'll just split up on him. I feel bad about printing all this stuff. This is like counterintuitive.
Jamie, I'm going to go on the record as abstaining because of an Ethics Commission filing and the fact that I have issued a disclosure to the Lynn City Council, and I have not had a response and was unable to contact the city solicitor's office today.
Okay.
I will abstain.
Attorney Vitale? Or, is that okay with you?
Quickly read the letter from the commission's most recent engineer, Mr. McAllister. I know that Gio, who's here with me, has been in contact with him. I just want to say at the outset that it may seem like we were on divergent paths, but I think from the beginning, my client's position has always been to comply with whatever the Conservation Commission would require. For some of you, it's a short version of the journey, but for some of us, it's been a journey since the winter of 2020, and today is the summer of 2022. As you know, there have been 4 engineers that have looked at this project. There's been at least 2, maybe 3 site visits. And again, I think if we succeed in getting it right, then it was all well worth it. And I would suggest to you that we think it's right. We would just hope that now you would close the hearing, which has gone on in this group since at least, I think, February or January. Gio's here to answer any questions that somebody may have. He's been dealing with Mr. McAllister, and I would say that Mr. McAllister has been direct and forthright in his approach. We certainly tried to cooperate and follow his suggestions, as we did with Mr. Reardon, because as I said at the outset, I say again, it's been our intention to try to comply, and after much time and many dollars expenditure, I think we've arrived at the point where all of the information that would be required by the members to make a determination we think is before you. So we got a simple request: just close the hearing, and then it's up to the members to determine what they want to do from there. Gio's here to answer any question that any member may have.
I have a question for Attorney Vitale.
Sure. Attorney Vitale, could you stay?
When you say close the hearing, what do you mean by close the hearing?
It's been continued by you, or this group, since at least February. So, because it's a public hearing, it goes on and on and on. At some point, before your tenure in service, we raised this back in December. And the problem we had in December is that there wasn't a lawful quorum, so we could never get to the end. So we never got to the end, and we started again. But now we think we're at the end with this group. And so at some point, the commission has to determine that they have all the information that they are required to have from us, or from anyone else. And you've got Water and Sewer has submitted letters, you've got your McAllister report, you have the previous reports. So at this point, I would think, by closing the hearing, is that there's no longer a public hearing where we would get up and participate, or anybody else can, and it's up to the commission then to decide what they want to do and make a decision.
It's closed by
I see. I think I understand. Thank you.
Questions from any of the members? Or comments?
I have a question, and it's addressed to Mike Toomey. I know you're abstaining, and you've excused yourself, Mike. You generated a draft list of orders of conditions for this a while back. Are you...
With response from members.
Right. Do you, if we proceed with this, the next step is to issue orders of conditions.
So we would take a vote to close the public hearing.
Right.
And then...
And proceed.
Correct.
So that they can file, so what's the next step? We issue orders of conditions.
Correct.
So that they can proceed.
Yes. And I believe they'll move back to the planning board because their approval is pending this.
Right. And we have, as most people know in this room, a rather lengthy standard list of orders, standard orders of condition. This project requires very special orders as well. And there was a draft list of those special orders of conditions going around that need to be attached to the standard orders of condition.
So incorporated into a vote.
Yes. Having said that, and having seen the results of our consulting engineer, John McAllister, and the cooperation with the design engineer, Giovanni Federa, in making changes, I, for one, am satisfied and would like to move forward with the special orders of conditions attached to the standard orders of conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my position for my fellow members. I'd like to hear where everyone else is. Maybe we can move forward with this, maybe not. So that's where I am. I'm willing to move forward with special orders of conditions.
So, would you like to make a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to close the public hearing.
Well, I think there's some people here that may like to speak, so we should give them a chance to speak before we close.
Okay, I was not aware of that, by all means.
So just, is there anybody here that wants to speak about this project?
So I think they spoke.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Yep. Said people. Okay.
Okay, so the motion is on the floor
Hold on,
with
I'm
a second.
When did you guys speak?
So,
The time before last? Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. No, I was just wondering if it was April. Okay.
I would like to speak to the abutters that are here. I didn't know they were here. I want to let them know that in regards to the questions about drainage onto Judge Road, the existing drain pipe, that was addressed in writing by the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission engineer. Also, we hired on our dime, I believe, a consulting engineer, a peer review of their engineer. He found some stuff, he found some good stuff. Their engineer agreed. He found other stuff, they discussed it, and it wasn't applicable. So it's a very complex site. But I think it's engineered just about the best it can be. And I feel comfortable with the requirements that are put on us, that we have done due diligence with the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission and double down engineering, even since we joined in February. And I wanted you to know that we went the extra mile to make sure this was as best it could be, and it met regulations. And that's why I feel comfortable to move on. I want you to know that. You still have a chance to speak before we close the public hearing. But I wanted you to know what happened since you spoke, and that's what happened, and that's why we're moving on. They're going to do a number of things
I can send
around
her
the issues.
the water and sewer letter.
yeah.
I can email it to you tomorrow. Jody, right?
So, anything else, Joey?
I have a question. Would this be before we close or after to talk about, I have a question about bullet point number 4. I think that would be part of the order of conditions if I'm wrong.
I think you could bring it up now as well, if you wanted to.
Okay, yeah, sure. So I don't know if from the representative, I wanted to talk about bullet point number 4, where it says the June 16th response letter states that a homeowners association proposal. So I just wanted to hear from the Lenzillow Lane crew, how do you intend to make that happen?
That would be a special order of condition.
Yeah, no, but I want to hear from them as well.
Sure, yeah. What was can you just repeat what you wanted?
Yeah, sure. So bullet point number 4, you look down where it says the June 16th response letter. So you guys talked about a homeowners association proposal. So I just wanted to kind of get an idea of what you were intending for that to look like.
The homeowners association?
Like, are you intending for like a homeowners association, like how are they going to be held accountable to making sure that the runoff and snow removal are within compliance?
So that's more legal, actually.
There we go.
We
Yeah.
don't have homeowners.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
When we have homeowners, there'll be an agreement among them. You could put that in the order of conditions that we have a homeowners association. I can't form a homeowners association when I don't have a homeowner.
No, I understand that. That was my question. So it's like how,
But I'm just saying, to deal with that can be part of the order of conditions.
or is
Because I think there was a
boilerplate?
comment at the end of what I just read.
Linfield subdivision previous.
In Linfield,
And
yeah.
usually what happens, the last 2 houses, the people become the members of association. You know what I mean? And they take care of the storm or drain in the street, they take care of the
It's
snow,
an
they share
agreement
the
among
bill.
the people
It's
who
like
own it.
condo association, you move in the condo, you pay $300. You know what I mean? But until the houses are done, they don't know how much the share is gonna be. They find out, because they don't know how much the taxes are gonna be. You know what I mean? So that's a question in the end, that's after the houses are done. You know what I mean? That's how it works.
So what you're
I
saying
built 3
is that-
subdivisions, so
that-
that's how it works.
That we would create a legal instrument that would have each homeowner, once they became an owner, participate as a member, and then there would be an assessment to ensure that there's sufficient funds. Not unlike if you put condominiums have monthly maintenance fees, and that funds a budget. Part of the budget might be a reserve for certain things. I have a condominium in construction in Marblehead, and stormwater maintenance is a budget item in the budget. And so people then get assessed either an annual fee or a monthly fee to contribute towards that, so that there's always a sufficient amount of money to ensure compliance with whatever those requirements. There was another observation that was made about easements. So I can't draw an easement until I know first where the pipes are going. Secondly, I have to have the grantor, which would be the owner of the property, grant the easement to whomever. So part of this is in place and part of it isn't. But in terms of your perspective, those are items that you feel must be addressed, and you have the authority and the power to place those in either special conditions or in the, after the general order of conditions. But in any event, we'd have to, whether you did it or not, we'd have to do it, because at the end of the day, when all the houses are sold, we're gone, and this is going to be perpetual, annual, continued expense. My experience is that there was the mention about the water and sewer commission. They don't want to take on, nor does the city of Lynn, want to take on the obligation to fund something that's on private property, so that they're going to be insistent as well. And then, as Jamie pointed out, we have to still go back to the planning board, and they will put certain covenants in place that make us post the bond. So this is believe it or not, is a step along the way towards getting all of those approvals. But at the end, when we get those items, then we can construct the homes, and once we construct the homes, we can sell the homes, and once we sell the homes, we got homeowners. And then they'll all be a part of that arrangement, and they'll all have to contribute an undetermined sum at this point, because we don't know yet what we need to set aside and how much each homeowner is going to have to contribute, and whether it's going to be an annual fee or a monthly fee. But as far as the broader outline of that need and necessity, I think you could address that by essentially following what the last paragraph of Mr. McAllister's report was that I read in this letter just now.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd like to see some sort of a framework for how that would look, just to get an idea of it. I mean, so that we're comfortable moving forward, but not just that. I think it's also required by DEP under the notice of intent. I mean, do you have any kind of a framework for how that would work once the homeowners association is formed?
Thank you, that's what my question was trying to get at.
So is there some boilerplate
I understand the homeowners association hasn't been formed. I'm asking about how it will work once it is.
Once it works, because there's a document that gets recorded, number one, and secondly, it's in everybody's deed. So these are all public records. They all bind the title to the ownership, and it's an obligation. So again, I'll go back to the example of a condominium. You buy a condominium, okay? You pay a monthly.
Right, I understand how that, I'm saying.
Well, it's very similar. A condominium has what's called an association, a condominium association. They're all unit owners. They all own essentially single-family homes. They all contribute. But to me, to say today that they're going to pay $250 a month, or $500 a year, I have no clue.
That's, if I may.
Yep, go for it.
Something like a member from the team here would commit to coming to the first homeowners association meeting, letting them know what the concerns are, what they specifically need to be addressing, or something like drafting out like a first bylaw that they would have to kind of abide by, so they're aware of, because I understand what you're saying. I get it. You know, like those are things that they would have to look into anyway, just like so that they're aware of like where the concern areas are that bullet point number 4 brings up, so that they know what to look out for. And that, I believe, I don't want to speak on behalf of my other commission members, I believe that would also help us feel more comfortable with that decision.
thought that Mr. McAllister had it in the very last sentence.
Can I say something? You can also put in, and it's very common that it happens this way, is you can put it into the order of conditions stating that the applicant or its representatives shall provide a draft order of conditions or deed restrictions, a legal binding document throughout the project as it progresses. That's very common in the order of conditions. Having it drafted right now is not
No, absolutely.
practical.
I understand how it works and stuff. I just would like to see at some point,
Yeah.
you know,
And that can
some
be
kind
put-
of a framework of how it will work. It doesn't have to be today. That's not what I was getting at. Just-
And it can be put in the order of conditions, that's what I'm trying to say, so.
These folks just did a subdivision in Linfield, and the Linfield Conservation Commission had a similar concern. But they understood, so they put it in the order of conditions, that we couldn't create a homeowners association until we got approval to build our homes. And even if you approve it, we still don't have approval, we have to go to the planning board. So I thought that McAllister did a decent job with respect to, we said, if you just took and changed some of the wording in that next to last sentence, where he says,